cable, will that work for you, or what do you use, disk or a USB? You know, well, that's projection. So, yeah,
We'll see if that's.
an HDMI cable then will help, right? Okay, all right, then let them know and see if we can get our IT back.
Okay, thank you.
Jamie, are you gonna call Fred?
Actually, this is your, what's that?
You gonna call Fred?
Yeah,
Okay. Just see if he can come up.
yours is on an email on your phone, is that what it is? Okay, so you have an iPad. Okay, can you go ahead, attempt to cast? No problem. Yeah. Counselor? Oh, sorry, this is our IT guy.
But there's the, try to get word for it, doesn't work. No, you're good, you're good. You're gonna go, so sometimes it retreat. Share contact, share screen. Bring up. Video you wanna show, it'll be running a little slow, 'cause it's gotta go through Zoom.
Yeah. Too much for me.
It will be a little flagged out because it's gotta go through it that way. Share service. That's okay. Yeah.
They wanted me, but I didn't. Yeah. Here you go. Just that it's operable and all that. It's not something that I introduced today. Okay. You don't turn off. And it's tailing the time. The blue dart is taken off.
All right. District Court now requesting the Honorable Judge Lisa Martin preside.
You may be seated. This is two 10573 FY. State of Michigan versus Emmett Cotton. Appearances, please.
Jane Gillis on behalf of the people.
Running in visa for Andrea Bradley Baskin, 70474, along my co-counsel Avery Bradley, P 33630, here on behalf of Mr. Emmett Cotton.
Thank you. Where is your client?
My client's in.
Just state your name for me, please, sir. Thank you, Mr. Cotton.
Yeah, and we'd ask for mutual sequestration. I'd ask that my officer in charge, Detective Carolyn Williams, be allowed to stay. I have two officers in the vestibule area there, and then I have my first witness right here.
Thank you.
Yeah, there's no objection to the request for sequestration.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
There are 3 counts in this case. There's count 1, weapons carrying concealed, count 2, assault with dangerous weapon, felonious assault, and count 3, weapons felony firearm. Are the people ready to proceed with the exam?
We are ready, Your Honor.
Defense ready to proceed?
You're ready, Your Honor.
Other than the mutual sequestration order, any other preliminary matters?
No, Your Honor.
Ma'am,
Don't have any preliminary matters, Your Honor. The only thing I would state is that I am sharing my screen with respect to video footage that I intend to use. I spoke with the prosecutor beforehand about this.
This is the video we sent her. I know what it's about.
okay, thank you.
So,
Your first witness.
okay, at this time, people would call Jerry Pope.
You're gonna stop right, nope, first stop right here at the podium. Spell your first and last name for me, please.
J-E-R-R-Y-P-O-P-E.
I got it. I didn't think she did. Raise your right hand for me. Do you swear from the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir. Now you can come have a seat in this purple chair. Mary Ann is recording everything that you say. If for some reason she can't hear you, I might ask you to either raise your voice or pull the microphone closer, okay? Thank you. Ms. Gillis.
Okay, Mr. Pope. I'd like to draw your attention back to the date of July 6th, 2021. On that date, did you call for a Lyft driver to go to work?
My wife called for me.
Okay, and did one arrive?
Yes, it did.
Okay, and where were you going?
Home.
Home?
Yes.
Okay. And home from where?
From work, from Penske in Romulus.
Okay, and the driver arrived?
Yes.
Okay, do you see that driver in court today?
Yes, I do.
Okay, can you tell me what color shirt he's wearing?
Like yellow.
Okay, can the record reflect he's identified the defendant? And where is this Lipinski's located?
Hello.
Is it in Romulus?
Penske is on Wayne Road
In Romulus?
in Romulus, yes.
Okay, and did you get in the car when the he arrived as
Yes,
the
I-
Lyft driver?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and what happened when you got in the car?
First discrepancy was I took too long getting there. I was maybe 2 minutes past the 5-minute
You
limit.
gotta talk louder.
The main discrepancy was I didn't have a mask on. As I went to go to the building to retrieve a mask. He told me, don't worry about it. He gave me one.
Okay.
I got in
and
the
then what
car,
happened?
and the conversation went back to me having him wait more than 2 minutes. He started amping up, you know.
Let me stop you right there. There was a words exchange regarding you being late.
When I first walked to the car, he uttered, even before he said about the mask, he said a grown man shouldn't make another man wait. That's doing him a favor.
Okay.
And I
then what-
replied back to him, I'm only 2 minutes late. You get paid for that.
Okay. And then let's go back to where we were talking. He said, I'll give you a mask. What happened after
And
that?
from there, he said, and you need a mask to get in my car. I turned around to go back to inside the building to get a mask. And he said, no, 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 here, I got one. He gave me a mask.
Okay, and then what happened?
I thought it was over with. I continued talking to my wife. I said to my wife, well, some drivers don't make you wear a mask. He turned around and he said, you in my MFing car. And if I tell you you're gonna wear a mask, you're gonna wear a mask.
Okay,
Me being an Uber driver myself, I said to him,
wait, you gotta start talking louder again.
me being an Uber driver myself, I corrected him on his behavior and I said to him, bro, you out of pocket right now. You should not be in me and my wife's personal phone call. I said, once I put the mask on, whatever me and you was talking about, it's over with. He continued to be aggressive. If you don't like it, you can get the F out my car. By me being an Uber driver, I know if you get out the car and you don't hit cancel, you get charged for the ride.
Okay,
Whoever hits cancel is canceling the fee. He tells me to get out, but he won't hit cancel. I said, well, I'm gonna call Uber and tell them what you're doing to a man that pays $40 a day to get to and from work. No, you're gonna get out my car. No, I'm gonna call Uber. We changed those sentences back and forth like 3 times.
and then what happened?
He said it to me one more time, and I said, bro, I'm not getting out of here. You have to put me out before I get out of here without calling Uber. I said, because I know if I hit cancel, wherever you go, I'm stuck paying you.
Okay, and then what happened?
As I said that, he hopped out of his car aggressively, started coming towards me around the trunk. I hopped out, started going towards him. As I got towards the middle of the trunk, I realized I'm at work, like my job, need my job. I turned away from him. As I'm turning away from him, my peripheral, because we got face to face, I turned so I could still see him.
Okay,
I see him reach. When I see him reach, I spin. When I spin, he cocked it, pointed at it.
and what did he say?
I looked at him and said, bro, you tripping. So you just pulled a gun on a man getting off work in a Penske parking lot on camera.
Okay, and then what
He
happened?
kind of came back to his senses. He tucked the gun and tried to turn away from the camera where it couldn't be seen. He uttered the words to me, what gun? I ain't got no gun. I uttered the words to him, you just pulled a black 40 on me with silver trimming, cuz. I said, the camera gonna see you go under your shirt and pull that gun on me. So
Okay.
now my wife was ecstatic. She's calling the police. I'm trying to block him in the lot. I'm kind of playing chicken with his car. I'm trying to stand in front of him. He aggressively trying to get out. Finally, I let him go. My wife called the police. I meet them and I make a police report around the corner at the gas station because I don't want my job to see this kind of behavior in the parking lot.
So you called the police and asked them to come to a parking lot or
A Shell
gas
gas
station
station.
near your work?
Like a block away from my job.
Okay, and did the police arrive?
Yeah, they was there when I got there.
Okay, and did you give them a description of the person?
I told him what happened, what kind of car he was driving, what kind of gun it was.
Did you get the license plate?
I had a picture of it on my phone. I took
Okay,
it before he left the lot that day.
and did you show it to the officer?
Yes, I did.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Thank you.
How you doing? Good afternoon.
Mr. Pope, you said that in your police statement, you indicated that you called for the lift on that day. Is that true?
No, it indicated my wife called for it.
Just 1 second.
Yes, sir.
And I have the documents electronically that were sent over, the investigation report. I would like to be able to show that, both to the prosecutor as well as to this court.
Okay,
You accept an electronic email?
yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Right. This is the statement.
Okay, so you indicated that your wife called for the lift that day.
Yeah,
Okay. And when you approached the vehicle, were you late to the vehicle?
maybe 2 minutes. You get a 5-minute window, or maybe at 7 minutes.
Okay. So you approached the vehicle and were you stopped before entering the vehicle?
Yes.
All right, and what was the reason that you were stopped?
First, the conversation as to grown man shouldn't make a grown man wait. And then when we got past that, as I proceeded to go get in the car, it was, and you need a mask.
I'm sorry.
We got past the part about me making him wait, as I tried to get in the car, he reminded me that I needed a mask.
Thank you, Mr. Pope.
Okay, did you have a mask on
No,
when you approached? Do you wear a mask at work?
no.
Okay. And do you generally wear a mask?
Some Uber drivers, it's give and take. Some make you, some don't.
How did you arrive to work that day?
Lyft, Uber.
Did you wear a mask or?
In the morning, no.
No, okay. And so when he asked for you to put on a mask, what was your response?
I turned around to go back inside my building to get one.
Were you upset?
Not at all.
Okay. Did you indicate that you were vaccinated and that you did not have to put on a mask?
No, that conversation took place after I got in the car, and me and my wife was talking about some make you, some don't. Only conversation that took place outside of the car was, you need a mask. And then he gave me one.
So he gave you a mask, and he
Mhm.
wanted you to enter the vehicle safely.
Mhm,
You got into the vehicle.
mhm,
You all continued to talk, you and Mr. Guy?
mhm.
No.
Once I put the mask on, in my mind, anything me and him was talking to before that was over with. The mask is on. I've complied to what the Uber driver, Lyft drivers told me to do.
And so your testimony says that you immediately put on a mask. Yeah.
I put it on, he handed it to me out through the window before I got in the car.
And so when you were speaking with your wife in the vehicle, the mask was up and over your mouth?
Yes, it was.
Okay, and were you speaking loud?
Not at all. The conversation was her telling me, you knew you should have a mask on. I said, no, not every driver be on that. I said, some do, some don't. And he cut in, this is my car. And that's when I corrected his behavior and said, you know, you shouldn't be.
Sorry, I couldn't hear the last part of what you said.
But as I'm talking to my wife and I put the mask on, I said nothing else to him. I'm telling my wife, I say, some make you put it on, some don't. He jumped in the conversation and said,
When he jumped in the conversation, did that upset you?
no, I corrected his behavior.
In what way?
As an Uber driver, like, bro, I said, you know, you out of pocket right now. You know, as drivers, we are not to be in anyone's private conversation.
And you let it go at that point?
Started talking to my wife again.
Okay, and so what was the reason you believe he asked you to leave the vehicle?
He actually leave the vehicle after I corrected him and I continued to talk to my wife. He continued to stay outside. If you don't like what I'm saying, you can get the F out of my car. He said it like three times. If you don't like what I'm saying, you can get the F out of my car. I kept talking to my wife. After he said it like the third time, I said, bro, why are you still talking? I'm not talking to you. You should be driving.
Was the car moving at this point?
No,
Did the car ever leave its position?
the car didn't leave. I get ready to leave for me and him to take a ride. We ended up hopping out.
And so you said you have knowledge as an Uber driver that there's certain policies and procedures. Is that correct?
Mhm.
When he asked you to exit this vehicle,
Mhm.
why didn't you exit the vehicle?
Because the policy and procedure is if I exit his vehicle and he leaves, it shows my phone getting out of his car, which means I'm canceling the ride.
And so you testified on direct that you told him you were not going to get out of the car.
No, my exact words to him was, until I let the Uber people know what's going on, A, how you treat me, and B, I'm not gonna be stuck with this fear. I'm sitting right here, bro.
Your testimony just now was that you're gonna have to put me out this vehicle.
Yeah, in regards of before I let the authorities know what's going on, because I know what's gonna happen with the, who's gonna get charged the fare.
What did you mean by he would have to put you out of the
I'm
vehicle?
not exiting this vehicle, I'm allowed to make this phone call and tell Uber what you're doing to the passenger right now.
But it's his vehicle and you felt entitled to tell him to, he would have to put you out if you were
Mhm.
refusing to exit.
For one, I know the procedure. For two, I know he's being aggressive. I'm not doing nothing wrong. And for three, I also know that when there is a discrepancy between passenger and driver,
Mr. Pope, I'm gonna stop you there. I
it's
asked you-
recommended, let me finish.
Mr. Pope, well, I'm gonna stop you because you haven't answered my question. Okay, so I'm gonna go back next. What did you mean when you said to him, you'll have to put me out of your vehicle?
I meant, but that wasn't my complete sentence. My complete sentence was before I call Uber and let them know how you're treating an everyday passenger.
Okay, what did you mean? by
I
that?
meant I'm not leaving this car. I know my rights. I know what's taught in the manifest when you sign up for it. It recommends that the passenger and driver do just that.
Okay, and so you also testified that you got out of the vehicle
After he started towards me.
after he started towards you.
Mhm.
And so your testimony is that Mr. Cotton exited his vehicle and what side of the vehicle were you sitting
I'm
on?
on the passenger side, he on the driver's side.
Okay, and you exited the vehicle after he approached you. Is that
No.
your testimony?
We exited simultaneously, same time. When I seen him hop out, I hopped out beside each, towards each other, counterclockwise the trunk. Once I got past the trunk and I got like towards him, I turned away and my back was to him.
Your statement says that you went back to work, that you heard the gun being cocked as you were walking back to work.
I walked as we face to face as I exit, turned away from him.
How did you arrive to be face to face with Mr. Cotton? If he's on the driver's side of this vehicle and you're in the rear passenger side of the vehicle?
Again, we met by the rear back door on the driver's side as we went counterclockwise and we both exited the vehicle.
So your testimony is that he was approaching you as you were approaching him?
No, he got out, started approaching me first.
Okay, I'm gonna bring up the video now.
Yes, were you just named attorney on your, for the other device?
I was.
I put you out because the next exam had come and I didn't want them sitting in this.
You said you put me out.
You're back now.
Okay. Mhm. Share my screen first before I come into this.
I'm hoping it doesn't provide this feedback.
So we don't need a visual, I mean, a audio on this video. So it's still not showing. It's still not. It is, I have to share my screen.
You're looking for our IT guy?
Yes, he was able to share the screen.
He's downstairs. Could you get Fred a holler, please? Thanks, Tim.
Wait a minute, it says share content.
There we are.
Okay. All right, got it. Mr. Pope, you recognize this parking lot? Okay, can you tell me where this is located?
It's my former job, parking lot at Penske in Romulus, Michigan, 11520 Wayne Road.
Okay, you indicated that this happened on July 6th.
I can't tell you the exact date, I'm not too sure.
This video footage received from prosecutors as a mark of July 6, 2021, at approximately 9:15 a.m. parking lot of Penske.
That's about the time I was got off work. Yeah.
And so, Mr. Pope, is that you walking on the screen right there?
Mhm.
Where are you walking to?
Towards the Uber driver,
Okay.
Lyft driver, Lyft driver.
The Lyft driver. The Lyft driver is located specifically where in this video?
He's telling my wife he's at the gate. That's why I'm walking. I'm on the phone with my wife. She's saying he's at the gate. Crazy.
And the gate at that Penske parking lot is it's a closed gate where there's spikes to go in, is that correct?
It spikes on one side if you go the wrong way. Yeah.
Okay, and it's one-way traffic, one way in, one way out,
No. You come in, do a U-turn, go out the other side.
come in and do a U-turn.
Mhm.
Okay. But it's not a wide, one car can go in one lane at a time, the other car can
Mhm.
go. Okay. Okay. I'm just gonna remind you to answer yes or no, just for the
Yes.
purposes of the record. I know, it's difficult to see this video. Now, what's happening on the screen is you're still walking towards the vehicle. Is that correct? Do you see yourself in this video?
I did. I disappeared somewhere. But I did see myself walking towards the car.
I'm sorry, the last part of what you said?
I did see myself walking towards the car.
And while you're in the vehicle, it's a very quick interaction that you have with Mr. Cotton, is that correct?
I'm not in the vehicle yet. Right about now, he's asking me about making him wait.
Your Honor, is it okay if I approach the screen?
Yes, ma'am. Going forward, the next time you're here, we have HDMI cables and it could connect you so that all the screens can be at the same time.
Sorry about that.
That's okay. I apologize.
That's
okay. Don't apologize.
It's not moving.
No, you stopped the video.
So, okay. I'm gonna get us back to the point that we were. That shows him walking up. I believe when we started talking, it's a little bit further down. And so at this point, you're at the vehicle.
Yes.
Do you see yourself at the vehicle?
When I see something about the same color as the jacket or the vest, I know.
Up here in this corner, do you see yourself at the vehicle?
I see myself further up outside the gate, top right,
Top left, right here?
top right, up that bright green spot up there. On the other side of the gate, yeah, we up there, around the corner.
This vehicle is pointed towards Penske, towards the parking lot. Is that
The
correct?
curve, his vehicle is right on the
In
curve.
the curve, right here.
No, it's up further.
There's the vehicle, this is the sole vehicle right here.
Yeah, that's the green Cherokee up there, son.
And your testimony again was that he approached you out of the vehicle, correct?
No. After I put the mask on.
When you all exited the vehicle, your testimony today has been that Mr. Cotton met you at the rear truck of the vehicle.
He exited his door first, I jumped out simultaneously, we met by the rear back door. Driver's side.
And so as this vehicle is parked right here, why didn't you walk back to your job instead of walking around to his side?
Because he's hopping out, coming towards me, I'm hopping out, going towards him. At that point, there's aggression on both sides. He's hopping out, coming towards me.
So you had aggression towards Mr. Cotton.
If someone's hopping out, coming towards you, you're not gonna get out and turn your back on him.
You had aggression to the point that you told him you were gonna kick his ass.
Not one time.
You did not state that you were gonna kick his ass.
No reason to be aggressive, no, I'm looking at him, I'm trying to correct his behavior.
So at this point, Mr. Cotton gets out the vehicle.
And I start to come around towards me.
And Mr. Cotton is still pulls off. We were talking past it. this point, you're both in. At this point, both doors open, and Mr. Cotton is out and standing. And you come around.
No, he's coming towards me. That's how we met at the back door. When he pulled his fire on me, his buttocks was against his rear back door.
The video shows that you walked around.
I don't see that in that video. That video ain't showing me nothing but colors. I don't see neither him nor I.
So let's go off your testimony. You just stated that you had aggression at that point. There was mutual aggression.
I stated once he got out of his car and started coming towards me, and any man, your first instinct is to turn towards the person that's coming towards you. You're not gonna get out and turn your back on the person that's just as big as you, coming at you aggressively, who's been talking to you like that. You are going to turn and go towards that person.
That's what your opinion is, instead of you walking away towards that.
I walked away when we came face to face before we got 3 feet.
But in your witness statement, you never said that you walked towards him. You said, in fact, that you walked away.
Walked away once I got towards the back door on the driver's side of his car. When we met the back door, I turned left, headed back into my job.
At what point did you see a firearm?
As I met face to face, him and turned off. As I'm walking, I can still see him right here, out my
So-
peripheral.
I'm sorry, just to be clear, as you looked at him and turned away,
No, as I'm walking, turned away from him.
walking towards him or what?
We have met face to face. I veered off to go inside my job.
When you met face to face, how close are you?
We may be 5 feet.
On his side of the vehicle or your
His
side?
side of the vehicle, by the back driver's door.
So you walked all the way around the vehicle?
No, I walked from the back passenger door. We walked almost the same distance if he could have got to the end of the truck. 2 steps faster than him, I'm younger than him.
He was still on his side of the vehicle and you were now on his side.
And he was at the back door. He was coming towards me,
Okay, so you're both on his side of the vehicle, standing a few feet apart.
walking towards each other, and I veered off.
Okay, and then you indicated that that's the point that you saw a firearm?
Once I veered off, that places him directly to my rear right, which still places him in my vision. Naturally, you're taught when you get into somebody, even if you walk away, you still keep eye to see what's going on in the back of you.
Were you talking to him as you were approaching?
No, because I'm at work, like my job, feel fortunate to have my job. And I know to get into a fight at my job, I'm in trouble. I'm trying to get back into work.
So as you approached him, you said nothing, you just kept walking towards
Said
him?
nothing because I'm at work.
And then it just clicked like a light bulb and you stopped approaching
It clicked.
and turned away.
It clicked on my behalf when he got out of the car. I'm at work. If there's
Well,
a,
if that's the case, then why would you go to his side of the vehicle?
I'm still going to walk that way. I'm still not going to turn my back on. I don't know what he has. He's showing aggression. And my instinct is
But your
was
testimony was
precisely
that you
right.
were as well.
No, my testimony was if someone's coming at me with aggression, I'm not going to turn my back on them.
Okay, and so you indicated that in your witness statement that you walked right back to the job, but that's not what you're testifying to today. You said you heard him rack the gun. At what point did you hear?
No. I said, as I turned from him, he's directly to my rear right. He's in my line of vision still. I'm watching him as I turn. As I turn, I see him tuck, reach in his shirt, and whip out a black 40 cal with silver trim.
So you've never heard him rack the gun?
I'm gonna tell you when he racked the gun. As I turned to see what he's doing, he racked the gun, he pointed the gun at.
But your testimony that you were looking directly at him and saw the gun out.
My testimony is I seen him tuck. Everybody knows tuck means when you hit your waist. When I seen him hit his waist, I continued to spin. He had the gun out. As I looked at him and said, "You gonna pull a gun on me?" He racked the gun. As he racked the gun, to calm him down, I said to him, "Bro, we in Penske parking lot. You on camera pulling a gun on a man just got off work."
And at that point,
He looked
pointed
at,
the gun in your direction.
it was already cocked, it was already pointed. When I said that, he lowered it, retucked it, and that's when he put his butt on his back door.
Did you tell the officers that he pointed the gun in your direction?
Yes, I did.
How long were you working at Penske before this happened?
Probably about 10 months.
You still employed there?
Oh, no.
Ever had any issues on the job?
No.
That's not relevant. Objection.
All right. Do you have any, have you ever been arrested before?
Objection.
No.
Objection.
When the prosecutor says objection, you stop talking
Oh,
for
sorry.
1 second. No, you're fine. You wouldn't know that. Then I make a ruling and then I'll say, yes, you can answer it. No, don't answer. Your first objection was,
My question was, has he ever been arrested?
and her objection was,
One, it's not relevant. And well, it's not relevant if he's been arrested ever before to this.
and your objection is sustained. Thank you. Don't answer that question. That's what that means. She'll ask you another question, okay?
Have you ever had any convictions for relating to truth or harassment?
Objection again, except unless it's been in the last 10 years, a felony. It's required to be a felony within the last 10 years.
Have you been convicted, I will rephrase,
Okay.
thank you. Have you been convicted for any offenses in the last 10 years related to truth or harassment?
A felony.
Felony conviction.
You can answer that question, sir.
Well, I'm gonna answer the question, but I'm gonna say this to you first.
But you just answer.
Whether I've been, whatever I've been
Mr.
arrested
Pope.
for, pulling a gun on me, my rights as a human, has nothing to do with it, but no, I have no criminal record. To answer your question.
Okay, thanks.
Your Honor, he's opened the door to something when he just stated that he has no criminal record. That is, I have documents that say otherwise.
You have documents in your possession right now that he has a criminal record or has a criminal record that's relevant to this case right now.
That's a criminal record. I understand the objection was sustained. Mr. Polk can open the door by continuing to answer. His statement is that he has not had a criminal record. I have documents with me today directly related to Mr. Polk that is opposite of what he testified to today, which I would argue goes to his credibility as he sits here today.
Well, I'm gonna object because one, the only thing she can ask is any felonies within the last 10 years dealing with truth or just, dishonesty or veracity and, all that kind of stuff. I have his lien here, and for the state of Michigan, I see nothing but in the last 10 years, like vehicle stuff. And he answered no, and I don't think his arrest is relevant.
Is there something that you want to show Ms. Gillis?
Yes, Your Honor. No, we're not. That's the only question I'll say, and then I'll have it right back. Mr. Polk, how old are you?
Wait, I'm sorry. Are you,
I'm sorry, Your
are you
Honor.
still going on that path we were just on before I said show Ms.
No.
Gillis? We're done with that?
We'll move on.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your height, sir?
I'm-
Can I ask your height, please? How tall are you?
I want to object to the relevancy of how tall he is. We can, all see he's a very tall man, but beyond that, I don't think it's relevant.
Your Honor, I believe that when we're talking about if someone was aggressor or not, if there was a mutual combat or not, the fact that he's testified to, he specifically said that this man was threatening to him. I think that it's relevant what his age, height, weight is. Simple questions that don't go beyond the scope at all in this proceeding.
Objection overruled. How tall are you, Mr. Pope? Thank you.
And your age, please, sir.
51,
Okay, your date of birth?
February 3rd, 1970.
Thank you. And again, for the last time, you indicated that you told the officers specifically that Mr. Totten pointed a gun at you.
I said, he ripped it out, pointed at me. That's how I seen the civil criminal.
Okay, and during that time, you were in fear of your safety at that point? Is that your testimony?
No, during that time, beyond fear, you were in survival mode. You try to calm him down. I talked the logic to him, which is why I said, you know, you're on camera, against me with a gun on me.
So you were calm throughout this, you
You
weren't
know, you
fearful?
have to play calm. It's kind of like facing a fit.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear
You
that.
have to play calm.
All right, I don't have any further questions for you.
Thank you. Any redirect, Ms. Gillis?
Just, when he racked the gun, is that when it was pointed at you?
He racked it, he untucked it, racked it like between his legs, dipped it on me like this.
Okay, I have no other questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Pope, thank you for your testimony this afternoon. You may step down, sir. Your next witness, ma'am. You stop right there at the podium? Nope. Spell your first and last name.
Travis, Travis, Rice, Rice.
Now, you swear affirm testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Thank you much. You come up, have a seat in the purple chair. Mary Ann is recording what you're saying. If for some reason she can't hear you, I might ask you to either pull the microphone closer or raise your voice. Miss Gillis, your witness.
You got
Can you state your name for the record?
it. Travis, Rice,
And do you work for the Romulus Police Department?
I do.
And on the date of July 6, 2021, did you get a call regarding an assault?
I did.
Okay, and was the person who called you Jerry Jerome Pope?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, did you meet him at a gas station?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you took a report?
I took a supplemental report. Yes.
Okay, and at that time, did he give you a description of the person?
Yes, ma'am. He gave us a description of the person that assaulted him in the vehicle description.
Did he give a license plate?
I don't recall if he gave a license plate. There was a license plate given. I can't remember if it was given from him or how I got without refreshing my report, but we did get a license plate number.
Okay, and then did you put like a bolo be on the lookout for?
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I have no other question.
Thank you. Cross?
Hi,
Did you have an opportunity to generate a report?
I did.
Okay, and
You want-
Ever so helpful.
Here's my report right here.
may I approach your?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
This is my report right here. This section, that's my supplemental.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember being told by Mr. Pope that a gun was pointed in his direction?
Yes, ma'am.
All of this is your report?
Not all of it, just the where I highlighted, that's my supplement report. One is the, starting with like page 3 probably is the original. The officer took the full report, who collected probably the original statement.
Right.
Yeah, that's just I just wrote a supplement where it says what my actions were. There's an Officer Moon on there.
Okay.
Sorry.
And you didn't see anything that happened on that day?
I did not, ma'am, no.
Okay, I don't have any further questions.
Thank you. Any redirect, Ms. Gillis?
Thank you.
Thank you. You're all set. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
You can stop right here at the podium for me. Spell your first and last name, please.
Jason, Jason, Neville, Nev as in Victor, Ille.
Raise your right hand for me. Do you swear affirm testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Come up here, have a seat in this purple chair. Mary Ann is recording what you're saying. If she can't hear you, I might ask you to either raise your voice or pull the microphone closer.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Ms. Gillis.
Okay, Officer Neville, I'd like to draw your attention back to the date of July 6, 2021. Were you working for the Westland Police Department?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and Did you receive like something over the air, like be on the lookout for something?
I received some information. It wasn't via the radio, but yes, I did receive information.
You received information, and what did that information generally indicate?
Give me a vehicle description, a license plate, and that the registered owner of that vehicle had, or was wanted for questioning in regards to a felonious assault that occurred in Romulus.
And did you see that, did you come across that weekend, that report while you were working that day?
I came across the
I came
vehicle.
across that vehicle, I'm sorry.
I did.
Okay, and what happened? Tell me what happened.
When I observed the vehicle, I made a traffic stop based off of that information that I had. I approached the vehicle. Mr. Cotton was the driver of the vehicle.
Okay,
Um,
and what did you do next?
I asked Mr. Cotton to step out of the vehicle. He had already made a statement to me that I know you want to talk to me. He told me the gun was on the passenger seat. I asked him to step outside the vehicle. I placed him in handcuffs to detain him just for the investigative purposes at that point. And then I later entered the vehicle and recovered a handgun off the passenger seat.
Okay. When you say Mr. Cotton, can you tell me what color shirt he has on?
Yellow.
Okay. And not the correct his ID, the defendant. Did you run a lien to see if Mr. Cotton had CPL?
I did.
And did he have a CPL?
No, ma'am.
No other questions?
Thank you. Ross, ma'am?
Yes, officer, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You didn't witness anything that happened in the Penske parking lot on that day, is it?
Correct.
I don't have any further questions. Please.
Thank you. Any redirect?
No, I have no further questions.
Officer Neville, thank you for coming in this afternoon. You may step down. Your next witness.
I have no other witnesses.
Thank you. Any witnesses of the defense?
Yes, we do have a witness, but can we have a brief adjournment as my witness needs to go to the restroom?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Oh. Miss Elijah is here. I'm not sure. Do you know if they're holding or what's the story? Miss Elijah? We're in a recess, well, a brief recess on our 1 o'clock case. You're not scheduled until 2:30.
I can't hear Miss Gillis, but I imagine she's sharing that so I'll leave it to her.
Do I need to call this case, I guess is my real question. 201482, State of Michigan versus Rashonda Keith. Appearances, please.
Jane Gillis on behalf of the people.
Emily Elijah on behalf of Ms. Keith. My P number is 85039. Ms. Keith is on Zoom right now, and we consent to this hearing on.
Keith, state your name for the record.
Rashonda Keith.
Thank you. This matter is scheduled for a live exam at 2:30 today, but Miss Elijah and Miss Keith are both on Zoom. What's going on this afternoon?
Your Honor, the fireman who arrived on scene for this case entered the hospital yesterday and he was admitted. I called Miss Elijah and I also left a message on report.
On Mary Ann's
Yeah,
voicemail.
Mary Ann's voicemail. I'm really starting to lose it right now. So anyways, I left a message with them and I talked to Miss Elijah and told her my problem.
My next available date, Miss Elijah, is not until February the 9th. I don't have my calendar. If you can hold on for 1 second, let me go grab it. Nope, don't you move. I'll be right back. Hold on.
I'm not gonna do it because I don't want to like go up the thing. But it would just be like that.
You have March 9th on here. That can't be right. March 9th can't be right. That can't be right. It's March, you said March 9th. I'm guessing this really means February. Okay. Miss Elijah, February 9th at noon? Are you checking your calendar or that's just blanketly okay with you?
Oh, sorry, I was muted. That date works for my calendar, Your Honor.
Ms. Keith, do you need, I'm sorry, go ahead.
The only thing I'll say is, actually, no, February 9th works.
Anything else, Ms. Gillis?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Anything else, Ms. Elijah?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ms. Keith, thank you for your patience this afternoon. I'll see you here on February 9th, live exam at 12 p.m. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. I saw them in our waiting room. I didn't want to hold them for no reason. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you.
We're back on the record in 210573 FY.
Thank you, Your Honor. You now call Anna Cotton to the stand.
Thank you. Mr. Cotton, I'm going to have you stop at the podium. Raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or affirm testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You come up here and have a seat in this purple chair. Mary Ann is recording what you're saying. If she can't hear you for some reason, I'll ask you to either raise your voice or pull the microphone closer.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, please state your name for the record.
Emmett Cotton.
And your name, your date of birth,
It's May 2nd, 1954,
which makes you how old?
67.
Thank you. Mr. Cotton, if you're comfortable, you can remove your mask while you're testifying.
Oh, I lost my hearing. Sorry about that.
That's okay. You found it?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna do it. My hearing ain't totally out. I can hear you.
Okay.
I can hear you because he's staying with this mask. Okay.
How long, were you a Lyft driver on July 6, 2021?
Yes, I was.
Okay, how long have you been working as a Lyft driver?
I've been driving for a year and a half at that time.
Okay, and during your course of driving, have you ever had any instances of violence with any of your?
No,
customers?
ma'am.
Okay, I'm gonna ask you to wait till I finish and then you can answer, but I know you were eager to say your answer, so go ahead. For the
No.
record, have you had any instances of violence with any of your clients?
Not until that day.
Okay, all right, I'm gonna take you back to that day. Well, before I ask that, what did you do prior to being a Lyft driver? What was your career?
I'd object to the relevancy of that.
Your Honor, I'm just basic background.
Objection overruled.
I drove tractor trailer for 33 years. Over the road truck driver.
And have you ever been in the military?
Yeah, I did for 5 years in the military.
All right, and I saw you walking up with the cane today.
Yes. My
Are you
hip is bad.
disabled?
I'm disabled, my hip is bad, and my hearing from the military.
All right, so I'm gonna take you back to the date of July 6th, when you received the call regarding a pickup at Penske. How did you receive that call and to go to this?
Well, it came over the normal app that we use to get drivers, but it had a woman's name on it. Before I got to the gate, she sent me a text message saying that I was picking up her husband.
Okay, and so despite the fact that it wasn't a woman, you proceeded with the pickup because there was a message saying he was gonna be a man?
Yeah.
Okay, and at some point he came to the vehicle, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. When he arrived to the vehicle, did he immediately get into the car?
No, he did not.
Okay. What side of the vehicle did he arrive to?
Passenger side.
All right. Was it the front passenger side or the rear passenger side?
The front side at first, because when I saw him coming up, he didn't have a mask. In my vehicle, on both passenger windows, there's a sign that states you must wear a mask to enter the vehicle.
Is that a requirement for you for all of your customers?
Yes,
Okay. And,
I wear a mask.
okay, so what happened then when he did not have a mask? You saw he didn't have a mask.
told him that he needed to have a mask. And he started telling me about he was vaccinated and that he didn't have to wear a mask.
So
And I
he didn't,
explained,
so he did not agree with you that a mask was needed to ride in your vehicle?
no, he didn't.
Okay, and then what happened next?
You know, I told him that, you know, it was required that you wear a mask. I said, it even tells you that on the app. When you receive the app, it tells you that, you know, you must wear a mask.
Okay, but at some point he got in the vehicle, so how did that get resolved?
Okay, well, he told me he didn't have a mask and that he was going back to the vehicle, to the building. I told him I had a mask for him, that,
So you offered him a mask,
yes,
and did he take it?
yes, he did.
And did he then get in the vehicle?
Well, he was on the phone and he was ranting and raving and he got in.
Let me stop you. When you say he was ranting and raving, what does that mean?
He was on the phone with somebody and he was complaining about, you know, well, he called me a couple of names. Driver makes me wear a mask and stuff.
What specific names did he call?
He called me a fat ass.
I'm sorry.
Okay, fat ass.
Okay,
You know, this fat ass Lyft driver saying, don't make me wear a mask. When he was going on with the conversation with his wife, I did
when that
interview.
happened, let me be clear, when that happened, was he in the vehicle or?
He was getting in the vehicle.
Okay, go ahead.
And so when he got in the vehicle, you know, he was still going on with the conversation with his wife and
But he was not talking to you.
he was not talking to me,
But he was in the vehicle where you could hear.
of course.
Okay, and was it loud?
Yeah, very.
Okay, what happened next?
Okay, I told him that I could not drive him with him ranting and raving behind my back. You know, I don't know you. You know, I mean, and you know, he'll tell me, you know, that I should just drive. You know, I said, I cannot drive you with you ranting and raving like you're doing. And so he
So
told
at
me,
that point, you were not comfortable?
no,
taking
not
the
at all.
ride? And so what did you do?
I told him, I said, you need to get out of my vehicle.
Let me stop you there. Do you have a right as a Lyft driver to ask the customer to get out of the vehicle?
I do have that right.
What are the circumstances under which you would do that?
Well, the circumstances could be that he refused to wear a mask, that I felt that, you know, I was in danger because of his, you know, his ranting and raving, and then, you know, when I told him he had to get out, he threatened me.
When
So
you
I,
say he threatened you, what was that?
he told me that he'd whoop my ass and take my car. And I told him that he wouldn't.
Okay,
And so at that point in time, that's when he opened his door. And when I heard him open his door, I got up. I never moved forward from that door.
did your vehicle ever leave the park station?
Not at all, not at all.
So if I understand your testimony, you stated that you asked him to leave the car, that he threatened you, and that his door opened,
Yeah,
and then you opened your door.
when he opened his door and was getting out the vehicle, I opened up my door and stood at the door. I never moved forward.
And at some point, you all were face to face, is that correct?
He came around onto the driver's side of the vehicle, and when he came and kept proceeding, I pulled my pistol, I cocked it because I don't carry around in the chamber. I cocked it and I held it to my side
Why did you pull your pistol?
because I feared for my life. He was coming around, he told me he was gonna whoop my behind. You know, well, he said, well, he was gonna whoop my ass and take my vehicle. And I wasn't having it.
Then when he exited the vehicle, did you think that he was going to act on that?
I surely did.
What specifically did he do that made you think he was going to act on that threat?
Because he told me that he was gonna kick my ass and take my vehicle. And when he opened up that door and came around on the driver's side, I believe he had that intention.
And so had he exited the vehicle and walked to back to his job, would you have felt that he was going to carry out those threats that he made?
No, not at all.
Would you have pulled out your pistol?
He'd never know what I had.
Did you feel like you had to defend yourself in that moment?
I did.
Did you ever point the pistol in his direction?
No, I did not.
What words were exchanged as you all were standing across from each other?
Well, I told him that he needed to stop coming to me.
How
And
did
so then he started ranting on the phone with his wife. He said that this MF done pulled a gun on me. And
When
then
he said that, where was he located and where were
he
you
was on
located?
the passenger side of the vehicle.
He was still on the passenger side or he was on
Yes.
the driver's side?
No, he was, I mean, not the passenger, on my side of the vehicle, the driver's side.
So during this entire encounter, he remained on the telephone?
Yes.
Okay. And how did this end?
Well, once I got him to back away from the vehicle, I got in my vehicle. He trying to block me from going anywhere. Okay, but I was able to back the vehicle up, but you couldn't do like he said, a U-turn, because the area there, you have to back up and turn around. You can't just loop around.
Okay, so let me ask you specifically, when he got out of the car, why did you get out? Why didn't you just back the car up and leave?
Because he came out so fast and I thought that I wouldn't be able to get away.
You did not feel that you could safely leave the scene
I couldn't,
without,
there was no way. There's no space there to do that.
and your testimony today is that when you exited the vehicle, you remained on the driver's
I
side
did,
near your door.
yes,
Did you approach Mr. Polk at
No,
any
ma'am.
point?
no.
Did you ever intend to harm Mr. Polk?
The reason why I did not point the gun at him. I didn't want to hurt that man, you know, but I mean, I can't just let you come up after threatening me like that and talk about, you know, taking my vehicle, whooping my ass. You know, I can't fight you.
I don't have anything further to say.
Thank you. Ms. Gillis.
Is it your testimony that you didn't have any, there was no way you could have left?
There was no way for me to get out of there without having to back up, move forward and back up and jockey around. I could not go-
Why didn't you do that?
Because he was over on me already.
Okay, well, why don't you just lock your doors and call the police?
My windows were down. He came around in seconds. I didn't have the opportunity to do that. If I had the opportunity to go forward, I'd have left him in the dust when he opened the door. I could not move safely to turn the vehicle around. When I asked him to get out of my vehicle,
Okay, did you,
That's-
hold on a second. You couldn't have rolled up the windows, locked the doors,
no,
any of
ma'am.
that? Did you try doing that at all?
Maybe you're not really hearing what I'm saying. I'm telling you that for a period of time that I felt that he was coming to harm me was a matter of seconds.
I'm asking you, did you even attempt to do something like that?
I had no time. Do you understand? I had no time.
And
He
there's,
came out of the vehicle and he came at me and, you know, fast. I mean, I didn't have time to think like that. I thought this guy was coming to hurt me.
okay. And you said he's a big guy, correct?
I'm saying that he threatened me. I never said he was a big guy or otherwise. I'm telling you that I can't fight.
Oh. I don't understand, why did you get out and cock and
Okay, I
gun
don't
at him?
understand why did he get out of my vehicle and call it a day?
Well,
When
he
I
did
asked
out
him
of
to
your
get the vehicle out, when I asked him out. That was the initial problem, not what I did. Okay.
But he got out, you got out and pulled a gun.
Your
He
question?
came out and came at me. And my life, I felt was threatened. And then doing that, then yes, I did. Now, had he not come on the driver's side of that vehicle, then this would have never taken place.
Okay, hold on.
Thank you. I'm sorry. What happened with Moore this morning? Moore?
It's at 2 p.m.
It's adjourned.
Thank you.
So more was adjourned and Keith
Correct. Williams is the only other thing going. I'm sorry.
It's okay. So your testimony earlier, you thought you could not fight him.
That I could not fight him. I had no intentions of fighting him.
Okay, my question is, if you knew you couldn't fight him, then why would you get out of the car?
My question,
Pull a gun.
oh, maybe you didn't hear it, that he,
I don't think it was answered. Objection overruled.
okay, what is the question?
Okay, so if you didn't feel you could fight him, why did you get out of the car and pull a gun?
Because a bad stand, me sitting in there and he beating me down inside of the vehicle. What else was I gonna do? He came on my side of the vehicle.
Did you call the
Okay.
police after he left?
No,
Okay, I have no further questions.
Any redirect, ma'am?
Brief redirect.
yes,
You were asked specifically about why you could not leave or close the doors at that time.
yes.
I want to talk specifically about the space that you were in, okay? Your vehicle was pointed in which direction?
It was pointed at the entrance gate.
Okay, so if this is your vehicle, how close were you to the gate?
I was I was virtually on the gate.
If you put the car in drive at that moment, could you safely pull off?
No, the gate's closed.
Would you have to have backed the car up in order to turn around?
Yes,
At the point that you would have backed up, would you have struck Mr. Pope, who was then behind your vehicle?
when
You
Mr.
can ask
Pope,
again.
when Mr. Pope got out of the vehicle, he ran around to my side of the vehicle. I had nothing else to do but to get out and defend myself, because,
So your state of mind at that point, I understand your testimony is that you didn't have time to back the
there was
vehicle
no
up.
time. I didn't have time.
You felt that your only recourse was to get out of the vehicle?
Yeah, I better stand and let him beat me down in the seat.
Do you believe that if the vehicle door remained closed and locked, that he could not get to you?
Well, you can open my doors in the back. It's not like a police car. Are you talking about, and once he was out the vehicle,
Yes.
there was no time. I mean, from the time he opened that door until the time that he came around that vehicle, the only time that I had was to stand up in the vehicle. I mean, on the outside. I didn't have time to do anything.
And in doing that, you never approached him?
I never came forward on him. I got out of the vehicle, I stood by the door, and when he came around, and that's when I pulled the pistol.
Were you
No.
fearful when you pulled that?
Excuse me?
Were you in fear when you?
I was terrified that, if I let him come up on me, I'm taking him for what he said. I don't know this guy. I'm taking him for his word, that he was gonna whoop my ass and take my car.
I don't have anything further.
Thank you.
Can
Nothing
I
further. Nothing further.
Thank you.
Then-
Mr. Cotton, thank you for your testimony this afternoon. You may step down. Any other witnesses, ma'am?
No, Your Honor, thank you for your time today.
Argument, Ms. Gillis.
Your Honor, I'd ask that the court find the defendant over on all the charges contained in the information and complaint. Jerry Pope clearly described a gun being pointed at him and, well, I think racked and then pointed at him. Even admits he did it, said to just get him back or something like that, or scare him back. Felony firearm just attaches with the FA, and then carrying a concealed weapon in the car. I mean, he admits himself that he was in the car with a weapon, and the other guy said Mr. Pope said he was in the car with a weapon. Officer Neville said he checked, he doesn't have a CPL, so we shouldn't have even been carrying that weapon. We wouldn't be standing here. So I'd ask you bind over on all three charges.
Thank you, ma'am. Your response?
Yes, Your Honor. We ask that the charges be dismissed, especially related to count 2 and 3 of the information as charged. In count 2, the felonious assault requires a showing that, one, there is an assault, and in this case, the testimony simply does not substantiate a finding of assault, Your Honor. I point to the testimony of Mr. Pope. He specifically told the driver, Mr. Cotton, you're gonna have to put me out your car. He then goes on to testify that he himself had aggression towards Mr. Cotton as he exited the vehicle and around that time period. That was his testimony here today. The testimony further was that he exited the vehicle and went around to the driver's side of the vehicle where Mr. Cotton was located. So at all points in the testimony, it shows that Mr. Pope himself was aggressive, was threatening. The testimony of Mr. Cotton further supports that when he says that Mr. Pope stated to him a threat that he was going to kick his A and take his vehicle. Mr. Cotton's state of mind, as he testified to today, was fearful. Mr. Cotton, a 67-year-old man, did not believe that he had any way out of this situation other than standing up and defending himself. He did not approach Mr. Pope. Mr. Pope approached Mr. Cotton. For all of those reasons, it can't be held that there's an assault, that Mr. Cotton assaulted Mr. Pope. The felony firearm goes along with the FA charge. To the extent that that's not found, Your Honor, the felony firearm charge would have to also be dismissed. For those reasons, we ask those charges be dismissed. With respect to count one, we waive argument and ask that the court make its ruling.
Ms. Gillis.
I just reiterate that, I just feel he could have called the police, locked his doors, whatever, but he made an assault, he put someone, it's what the intender, what Mr. Cotton intended to do. If you look in case law under jury instructions, what he intended to put Mr. Pope in apprehension of fear, and he did it with a gun.
Court has had the opportunity to hear from both Mr. Pope, Mr. Cotton, and the officers who responded. And at this time, the court will find that Mr. Cotton will be bound over on all three counts. By his own statement, he had a pistol in the vehicle. Mr. Pope's testimony is that he got out of the car and walked around intending to go back to work, keeping Mr. Cotton in his peripheral just because he didn't want to turn his back on him because of the conversation that had already been had by and between the parties. Count 3 goes along with that assault. The next hearing in this matter will be arraignment on the information at the Frank Murphy Hall of Justice, December 29, 2021 at 9 a.m. Mr. Cotton's previously entered bond with any conditions will continue. Anything else in this matter, Ms. Gillis?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Anything else, madam, on behalf of Mr. Cotton?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Cotton, thank you for your patience this afternoon. Have a good day and good luck to you, sir.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. You indicated 1229?
I say 12/29 is 2 weeks from today. If Wayne County changes that date, I'm sure they'll let you know and you can relay that information to Mr. Cotton.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good afternoon.
You too.
We have one more, Your Honor. I'm just gonna give you 10 minutes for the rest of them.
Absolutely. Thank you. I have a question for you. What is so important? I think it's something. You too. Merry Christmas to both of you.
Thank you.
Officer Brooks, would you have Officer Rapp come in here for me, please? Unless he's tied up with something.
She just wouldn't know that, the first witness could be excused. You know, no. Mr. Cole. Yeah, exactly, yeah. And so I just waited until there's a quick break just to ask Jamie, we're all set. But that's what she, that's what she.
Okay, it's fine.
I,
Okay, I just, I always feel like I'm missing something. I just want to clarify.
you know what I noticed over there? Sitting back there,
Mhm.
there was so much dust on that podium. I just know when I was sitting there, standing back there, it's like from the back, it doesn't, you can't see it right here. But when you get, from here, it's kind of clean, when you get back here. Oh. Look, now, look at it. See?
Oh.
That's what I'm looking at.
Oh,
And I'm looking at the marble or whatever. Same thing, it's this. Right here, it's all.
see, when I come in here, I don't stop. I just come right in, come
Right.
around the log more.
I know, you know, and then, but once you get up to here, you really can't see it here, but. Kind of disgusting.
Okay, well, Jane
Oh, you
said
know
10
what?
minutes. Cause I don't, Ken did that today, cause I told him I only wipe right here. I wipe where I sit.
Right here.
I don't wipe that cause I don't touch that.
This is all. The whole thing,
That's,
I think it's never been done,
thanks. That's not gross at all.
especially with, after they did all, yeah.
That's my
Yeah,
favorite
it's all
one.
dust.
That's marble. Anyway, Jane said 10 minutes, so I'll be back out in a second.
Okay.
Thanks. Oh, the last one? Yeah. It was goofy how they put the guy on the stand. Oh, where's her? You don't get it. And then he goes, how come you're falling asleep in the car? Because car rides. I was like, when I got there, it was so funny. I just, once I fall asleep like that really hard, then I'm like, oh. I really faded. Get a lot more calls. Oh, good.
All right. Report district closing now in session. Yeah, we'll go through.
You may be seated. Thank you all for your patience this afternoon. We have had a day running just a skosh behind schedule, but in any event, this is 210690 FY, State of Michigan versus Cornelius Williams. May I have your appearances, please?
Shane Gillis on behalf of the people.
And good afternoon, Judge. Neighborhood Defender Service by Andrew Sullivan, P84261, here on behalf of Mr. Williams, who's here present in court. Mr. Williams, can you state your name for the record?
Cornelius Williams.
Thank you very much. Today is the day and time set for the live exam. There is one count in this case. It's assault with dangerous weapon, felonious assault. Are the people ready to proceed?
We are ready to proceed, and my officer in charge, Jordan Longenbarger, did I say it, is sitting to my left. I have something I have to go. Can we go off the record when we're on Zoom like this, or no?
You need to go off with me.
No, I just, those tickets are coming up in like 10 or 15 minutes that I'm supposed to do.
There's only 2 tickets left.
Oh, okay.
We'll be
good.
quick, won't we?
Okay.
I hear you. If they start popping in, I'll bring them in and let them know that we are in the middle of an exam.
Okay, thanks. I just wanted if they came in, if you can.
I can see them. I still
Oh,
have my
okay,
Zoom
good.
up.
I just don't want them sitting there going, where's Jane? Okay, sorry about that. Just tickets I have to do afterwards.
So the answer to the question is yes, the people are ready to proceed.
Yes, we are ready to proceed. We have one witness in this matter, and it's Christopher Flynn.
Mr. Sullivan, are you ready to proceed on behalf of Mr. Williams?
Ready to proceed, Judge. I understand that the officer in charge is also the first responding officer. I anticipate that, I'm not sure if the state is going to call that officer to testify, but it's possible that I might call that officer to testify, so I wonder if it would be appropriate for him to wait out in the hallway, any other potential witnesses to wait in the hallway while Chris is testifying.
Well, usually, it's up to the discretion of the court if they want me to allow me to have my officer in charge.
Mr. Sullivan, the practice of this court is to allow the officer in charge to remain in the courtroom during the pendency of the matter. You have a strong objection to that?
Well, I expect that that's usually the case, but when the officer in charge is not going to be testifying, and understand that their prosecution is not calling them as a witness, but they are the first responding officer. It might be that I decide to call them as a witness. It's important that they not be biased by prior testimony,
Well,
just as any other witness, right?
when I've had dozens and dozens, maybe hundreds, trials downtown, when I did vertical prosecution, I'd have my officer in charge at the exam, and then when we did the trial, the officer in charge would always testify, almost all the time, so.
Mr. Sullivan, I am going to allow the officer in charge to remain in the courtroom over your objection. Any other witnesses are to step out in the hallway. Any other preliminary matters, Ms. Gillis?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Any other preliminary matters, Mr. Sullivan?
Nothing else, Judge.
You're a witness. First, you're going to spell your first and last name.
It's Christopher the traditional way, CHRISTOPHER, Brian, BRIAN, Quinney, QUINNEY.
Do you swear from testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you much. Come up here, have a seat in this purple chair. Mary Ann is recording your testimony this afternoon. If she can't hear you for some reason, I might ask you to either raise your voice or pull the microphone closer, okay? Thank you. Ms. Gillis, your witness.
Okay, Mr. Quinney, I'd like to draw your attention back to the date of September 1st, 2021, in the area of 27570 Vercelli Street in Huron Township. Were you at that location on that date?
Yes,
Okay, when you were there in the evening?
yes,
Okay, and what was your purpose of going there?
to retrieve my property because I was a resident there.
And were you moving out? Is it,
I felt it was in my best interest to leave.
oh, you gotta talk a little louder than that.
I felt it was in my best interest to leave.
Okay, so were you gathering up your clothes?
Yes,
Okay, did something happen when you were doing that?
yes.
What happened? Start,
I asked Mr. Williams for his phone. And while I had his phone, I went and read a message that was in regards to my lover. And I asked him about that message. And then he got confrontational and he went and picked up some needle, some pliers that was like, I guess they're described as needle head pliers.
uh-huh.
And he charged at me like this, give me my phone.
Okay, how long was the needle head on these?
You know, there's the ones that's got the clamp here and then it goes like this.
So how many inches? 3, 4, 5?
From grip to the tip of the pliers, I would say they're between 8 and 10 inches.
Okay. And how was he holding those needles? Can you describe? So he was holding it over,
I was right here.
okay, so his hand was raised and he had it over his shoulders as opposed to having your hand down and holding it out. Is that correct?
Yeah,
Can we, I just want to describe it for the record. Okay, and what did he do? Can you,
well, I gave him his property and I immediately started I pressed the emergency button 5 times on my iPhone for
Okay.
emergency SOS, and the police was listening in.
okay, did he, I mean, how long did this incident last? Did it, the aggression, did it last a couple seconds? Was it a couple minutes or?
The police told me my operator actually told me for my safety to just grab what was in my hand and leave out because police were on their way.
Okay,
So I left outside the property.
okay, but I'm saying when he grabbed those pliers, what happened immediately after that? Did he say anything to you?
He said, give me my phone.
Okay, and then what happened?
I gave him his phone.
And then he pulled the pliers then?
He said, get out. He had it like, yeah,
Pliers.
he was basically telling me, the vibe I got was get out or else.
Okay, were you in fear for your life?
Well, it was definitely, it was someone I didn't expect to actually want to bring harm to my life.
Okay. How far was he standing from you?
He was within reach to do harm.
So if he had struck his arm down, would the needle nose have touched you?
Yes, and he knows that much.
Okay, can you, the person who you're saying did this to, do you see him in court?
I do.
Can you tell me what color shirt he has on?
He has on a black polo, short sleeve, button to the top.
Can the record reflect who's identified the defendant?
Yes, ma'am.
I don't have any further questions, Your Honor. I think that the information should be amended to inside the body of the warrant to sell that says Clippers. I think it should be amended to needle nose pliers.
Thank you. I saw that and I thought hair clippers. Thank you much.
Okay, I have no further questions.
Mr. Sullivan.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Quincy.
Quinney.
Quinney, I apologize. Mr. Quinney, you stated that you were inquiring about a message on Mr. Williams' phone. correct?
That was after requesting his phone.
Okay, so my question is, you were inquiring about a message on his phone, correct?
I'm confused.
You stated something about a message regarding your love, correct?
Are you asking me before I asked to use his phone?
Before or after?
Then I'm still confused because the message became of interest when I realized my lover was a part of it.
When you realize what?
My lover was a part of the message.
Thank you.
My purpose for asking for his phone was in fact of irrelevance The point of the matter was, when I seen that I was a part of the messages that were being talked about, that's when I asked him about it.
Well, with all due respect, sir, it's the judge's determination what's relevant. So,
Well, I was just speaking for what was relevant to me,
okay, why were you asking for his phone?
because I already asked him, can I use his phone twice? And I said, you're really not gonna let me use your phone? We share the same contact, we share the same service. My phone numbers are, we're roommates, we've been best friends for 15 years.
Why were you asking for his phone?
To use it.
Why were you asking him to use his phone?
With all due respect, why couldn't I ask?
Mr. Quinney, would you answer the question, please?
I asked to use the phone.
Well, what was your purpose for using the phone?
Well, in fact, I wanted to see if he had that video of us still, of me and my lover. And I seen that. And then I also seen the messages that he was talking.
Did Mr. Williams give you permission to use his phone?
That's how his phone got in my hand.
He willingly gave it to you,
Absolutely.
despite later asking for it back.
Right. After I confronted him about the message that I had read to him.
And the message was what?
It mentioned him and my lover had done something. I asked him about it.
What were you asking about?
I said, is this true? I said, were you talking to Jenny about Sharif? And our conversation got quite short because he immediately got offensive.
Is it fair to say that you were upset with Mr. Williams for the content of this message?
I was not upset. I was asking questions. The upsetness came from him.
So the messages regarding your lover on Mr. Williams' phone did not upset you?
The message, no matter, I wasn't there to respond with how I felt. I was not trying to feel some type of way that was going to make me make a move. I was reading for my own, for me to know.
All right, let's back up. The lover that you're referencing, this person's name is Sharif, correct?
Yes,
This person came with you to court today, correct?
that's true.
Sharif was staying with Mr. Williams at one point, correct?
Well, we were.
And you say we, who do you mean?
Me and Sharif had a room on the other side of the home.
Had you spent the prior night at Mr. Williams' home?
Not the prior night.
So you were not staying there anymore?
I just wasn't at home the night before.
Okay, so you came to Mr. Williams' house looking for Sharif, correct?
No,
You
I
and-
came there to get the rest of my things like I told you in the beginning.
You and Sharif had a prior dispute, correct?
I guess it's getting really far out. I'm objecting to the relevancy.
That's what I'm getting at. What is the relevancy?
No, no.
Mr. Quinney, I appreciate
I
your
don't like the
assistance.
questions he's asking.
You don't like them?
Well, I don't see what's the point of it.
I just think he's getting too far out. Like,
That's what I think.
I mean, there's an argument about Sharif. At that point,
I'm not here for Sharif. I'm here about the attack on me, the possible.
And Mr. Quinney, trust me, I'm with you. Let me do my job on this part. Your objection is sustained, ma'am. We are getting far afield. This is about an assault with a dangerous weapon, those being a pair of needle nose pliers. So, Mr. Sullivan, if we could stay focused on that, I'd appreciate it greatly.
Prior to this incident, how long had it been since you had stayed with Mr. Williams?
From September, you said, well, my office and building, our home had flooded June 26th. It was a natural disaster. And I guess I would say we stayed in FEMA housing for about a month after, for a month, and then we went to stay with Mr. Williams. I would say the tenancy began to late July. So we were there almost 2 months and a couple of days.
And when was it that you had stopped staying?
Actually, when, going back to when you was asking me about why wasn't I there the day before, I wasn't there the day before because I was already beginning to feel uncomfortable,
Because you were already
beginning to feel uncomfortable.
feeling comfortable. Thank you.
Sharif was actually in the psych ward because he felt uncomfortable.
So you and Sharif were no longer staying there.
No, we were staying there. The police officers left the house with me when he was arrested because I was a resident there.
You was not staying in my house.
Mr. Williams, Mr. Williams,
Pardon me?
Mr.
How long was I in
Williams.
your house?
Hold on one second. Mr. Williams, if you and Mr. Sullivan have had a conversation about you testifying, I'll swear you in and take some testimony from you later. But for right now, if you could please keep your comments to yourself. I'd appreciate it. Mr. Sullivan.
The police had previously been called to this address about a dispute between you and Sharif, correct?
A dispute?
Is that correct?
No,
Okay, it's still relevancy. I mean, we're way out of, I mean, I just think it should
I'm
circle around
confused.
what fight happened on that day, that night. I don't, it's not
If I may-
relevant
and
of
if
the
I may
fight.
respond, Judge.
Let her finish her objection. You can respond to the objection and then we'll go from there. Was that the extent of your objection? Mr. Sullivan, your response to her objection.
Judge, bias is always relevant. A witness's bias, reasons for testifying one way as opposed to another is relevant. And I think that we're hearing there is a lover's quarrel that we're hearing about in this courtroom today. I think that there are some reasons regarding the witness's testimony, their reasons for giving certain testimony, there being prior dispute between another resident.
oh, and then you would believe me.
Mr. Quinn, give me 1 second.
Still going way far out of the scope of probable cause in the incident that occurred on that evening.
Mr. Sullivan, respectfully, the issues that you're raising or attempting to raise might be better served downtown. For purposes of this court today, the concern is what happened on September 1st, 2021. Was there a crime committed? And is there probable cause to believe that your client was involved in the commission of that crime? I understand that you're trying to make a record, but I don't want us to get too far afield of the issues that are actually before this court.
Okay.
Thank you.
When police arrived, you gave a statement, correct? You told them what happened.
The police knew what happened because the operator never hung up.
Why, can you answer my question? Did you give a statement to the police?
If I'm going to answer your question, I'm going to answer it with exactly what I did. Not with what you're trying to imply.
Mr. Quinney, listen.
What I did was the police officer asked me, Your Honor, if I wanted to make a statement. I said, I feel better in doing it with an investigator because my safety felt violated. He said, Mr. Quinney, if you could put your name, contact, email on the statement sheet. That's exactly what I did so that I can meet with the investigator later. That was the statement, if you're referencing them, I made.
May I rephrase my question?
Thank you.
When the police arrived at the scene, you were standing outside, correct?
Yes, as instructed by the operator.
The operator had instructed you to separate yourself from Mr. Williams, correct?
He said, the police are on their way. They're at the, coming into the complex, Mr. Quinney. We hear him in the background. We're going to ask that you separate yourself from the situation and step outside.
And in the background, he was saying, please leave. He was asking you to leave this home.
Well, if you would like it, if that's what you would like to say your client was saying, then run with it, but that's
what I'm
not.
asking you. I'm asking, you were there, I wasn't there. I'm asking.
You said he was saying, you didn't ask me, was he saying?
Okay, was he saying, asking you for you to leave?
He asked, yeah, with force. I was a resident there.
Okay. So the police arrived and you're standing in the street, correct?
I wasn't standing in the street.
Where were you when the police arrived?
I was in the lawn.
And where was Mr. Williams when the police arrived?
He was inside the home by himself.
Okay, so was your safety feeling threatened at that moment?
Well, I had people there. Know my safety. Well, actually, yeah. Because if someone's going to do that to you inside, you don't know. I couldn't wait for the police to come just so I can get the rest of my things and never show up there.
Okay, when the police arrived, they asked you what happened, correct?
Yeah, they said, we're gonna go inside and talk to Mr. Williams. Then they came back out and said, Mr. Quinney, we're gonna go ahead and arrest Mr. Williams because we see a crime was committed. They said, was you his lover? I said, no, I was not his lover. They said, well, this is not domestic violence.
So my question is, when the police arrived, did they ask you what happened?
They did.
And did you tell them that Mr. Williams threatened you with a knife?
No, this is what they said. They said in regards to what we've already known from the operator, because they've been on the phone with us the whole time. They said, we need to know, did you feel as though Mr. Williams was willing to attack you? I said, from his actions, yes.
I'm gonna ask you a yes or no question.
Do it.
Did you tell the police that Mr. Williams threatened you with a knife?
It wasn't a knife.
Did you tell the police it was a knife?
No.
Thank you.
So if we were to review the police body camera would not show you telling the police that Mr. Williams threatened you with a knife.
You know why? Because they went into the house and looked for exactly what I told them it was that he used, in which they have in their evidence a photo of, and they collected.
But your testimony today is that you did not tell them it was a knife.
Needlehead pliers are not a knife.
I need you to answer my question. Did you tell the police, you never told the police that Mr. Williams used a knife, correct? Is that your testimony?
I don't know. Again, I was in complete shock, and I knew exactly what it was that he put up against me. Now, if they went and told you, or you felt like I said a knife, then that wasn't the truth. Because again, I said what they went and collected.
So if you said it was a knife, that was not the truth.
I didn't say it wasn't, I didn't say a knife.
If the officer's report mentions a knife, never mind, we'll move on. Did you tell the officer that you were suffering from any mental illness?
Mental illness? How about mental anguish?
My question is about mental illness.
Are you implying something?
I'm asking you about what you told the police officer.
He didn't ask me about my mental health.
I'm asking you, did you volunteer to the police officer? I'm asking you, did you tell the police officer that you had a mental illness?
No. I said my lover has a mental illness. He's emotionally impaired.
And you also refused to sign any statement on that.
You said I refused to sign a statement?
He was asked and answered before. He said he gave his name, his birthday.
It wasn't objection overruled.
Go ahead.
You refused to sign a statement, correct?
I didn't refuse to sign a statement. He said, for us to continue moving forward, you're gonna have to sign something, you're gonna have to put something there. I said, well, I'm not saying that I don't want to move forward with this. I said, this is a lot, you're asking me for a lot right now. He said, well, would you like to speak with an investigator? I said, yes, I would. He said, well, you're gonna have to put your contact information there. And that was on the statement sheet. I said, well, am I writing the statement right now? He says, you can. I said, I would like to do that in person.
Were there any other witnesses to this alleged crime?
Well, there was definitely more than 2 officers.
I'm asking about, were there any officers present when you say, at the time when you say Mr. Williams assaulted you, who was present for that?
Are you asking me who was in the kitchen with us when he raised that up to me?
That's what I'm asking.
There was 3 other people.
Okay, can you give me their names?
I don't know them by their actual names. I know them by their aliases.
Can you give me their aliases?
In which actually, what I learned is one of them's name is Devin Williams, in which you already have. But the other one's name is Black and Jay, and the defendant knows that.
Are these are your friends?
Well, they were in our home. He asked me to get out.
I'm gonna ask you the question again. These are
They're our friends. Well, let me tell you, did I give you Devin Williams' name?
Are you asking me?
Yes or no? Did I give you?
Mr. Quinney, the questions come from the attorneys to you. I know what.
Well, it seemed like he was trying to have a conversation with me. Your
It's
Honor.
not a conversation. It is his question, your answer.
So I asked you the question.
Were they our friends? I answered. I said they were our friends. He was acquainted with all
Would that
of
be a
them.
yes or a no? I'm asking you.
Yes,
And did you let Mr. Williams know before you were coming over to his house? It's a yes or no question.
you said his house. I took offense.
Who pays, I mean, who's listed, who's the homeowner?
Homeowner is one thing. I was there not by trespassing. I was a resident there. It was my home too.
Do you pay rent there?
I'd object to that if you're staying with someone and if you don't have to be paying rent. If someone's staying there, still their residence, if that's the only place they live.
The objection is sustained. Mr. Quinney, what happens is when Mr. Sullivan answers a question, if you would just answer that question, he would not go far afield of where we're supposed to be today. And I know that this is emotional.
Yeah.
And I know I know it was a lot and it wasn't that long ago.
Yeah.
But when you answer anything other than his question, it takes us down this hole that we probably shouldn't go down right now.
Yeah.
So when the question is, did you tell Mr. Williams that you were coming to the home before you came? That might be a better way to phrase
You
it.
said the home, right? Our home.
The home,
Coming home, right?
the house,
Because in
the
order-
house on Versailles.
Yeah, Versailles. Because in order for me to get in the home, yes.
Yes, you
And for the
told me you were
record, I didn't
coming.
have to let him know I was coming home.
No, you didn't tell me you were coming before you came on September 1st.
Actually, didn't we have a conversation, Mr. Williams, before I got there?
No, questions come from there back to you, not out to them. The question is, did you tell Mr. Williams that you were coming to the house, your house,
I
his
can't
house?
recall, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Your testimony today is that Mr. Williams threatened you with needle nose pliers, correct?
Yes.
He never touched you with those pliers, correct?
You say he never touched me. Are you saying, I'm confused. He never touched me when he was willing.
Again, yes or no question. Did he ever touch you with the pliers?
No.
I don't have any other questions. Well, just a moment, Judge.
There's somebody here. I don't know why they're here.
No other questions, Judge.
Thank you. Redirect.
I did not rest.
Redirect was my question to you. Any redirect to Mr. Quinney?
I have no redirect, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Quinney, thank you for your testimony. You may step down
Thank
now.
you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Your next witness, ma'am.
I have no further witnesses, Your Honor.
Thank you. Any witnesses, Mr. Sullivan?
Yes, Judge, as previously foreshadowed, I would like to call officer, is it the officer in charge? I apologize.
Longenberger?
Longenberger, yes, sir.
Sir, you're going to come up here to the podium and spell your first and last name for Mary Ann, please.
First name is Jordan, Jordan, last name Longenbarger, Longenbarger.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you much. Come up here, have a seat in this purple chair. Mary Ann's taking down your testimony. If she cannot hear you for some reason, I might ask you to either raise your voice or scoot closer to the microphone, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Your witness, sir.
Thank you, Judge. Just very brief few questions, officer. You responded to this scene, and spoke to the complaint.
Correct.
And he told you that Mr. Williams threatened him with a knife, correct?
Negative. That came from dispatch.
That came from dispatch?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
I think the verbiage he used was points and clippers. If I can refer to my report really quick. Okay, so my report reflects that.
Okay.
Upon first contact, he did state a
Wait,
knife,
I'm
and then-
sorry.
Yeah, I'm gonna object to you reading from your report. Now, officer, if you don't remember exactly, I could offer to refresh your recollection with your own body camera footage. if that helps. Okay, if you don't remember. You know, there are tools to restore memory if you don't remember, but if you do remember, then that would be your testimony, if you're sure.
Okay.
So I'm gonna ask you the question again, did, the complainant ever tell you that Mr. Williams used a knife in the threat?
I'm gonna say, yes, he did.
He did. Okay, so when was it that he told you that a knife was used?
Upon arrival.
Okay, so, the complainant's first statement to you was that a knife was used.
Correct.
And this individual, Mr. Quinney, did you recognize him from any prior incidents?
Yes.
What was that prior incident?
I believe the prior incident would have been between him and who he was describing his lover.
Okay. Had nothing to do with Mr. Williams, correct?
Correct.
It just happened at Mr. Williams' home, correct?
Correct.
And on that particular day, you helped to separate those two individuals, Mr. Quinney and his lover.
I'm gonna object to this prior crime. I mean, I understand if you recognize or knew him, but to go on and delve into the prior incident, I don't think it's relevant.
But I think it is relevant. I think it's potentially contradictory to the complaining witness's testimony. So at this point, I mean, it's potential impeachment material. It's also demonstrating again that there are two parties that have previously had a domestic dispute that live in Mr. Williams' home, and now Mr. Williams is potentially being dragged into that situation.
I'm going to sustain the objection, sir. The conversation that we had previously is that this court would like to focus on what happened on September 1st, 2021. Thank you. Thank you.
I have no questions.
You said no questions? Thank you. You may step down, sir. Any other witnesses?
No other witnesses for the defense, Judge. Thank you.
Thank you. Argument.
Your Honor, I think that we've established the crime has committed and probable cause exists to charge. I would ask that you bind over on count one, the only count, said he felt threatened. It's definitely assault if it was being up here like that, you know, raising his hand above him with something that is pointy. Clearly, he made to put him in apprehension of fear, or fear of apprehension. Anyways, he meant to put him in fear. So I think we have enough probable cause for felonious assault.
Thank you. Mr. Sullivan.
Yes, Judge, I would respond just that the prosecutor's argument is based on testimony from a witness who we later demonstrated is not telling the truth. Mr. Quinney was asked about whether or not he ever told the police that a knife was used. He said no. I called the officer to the stand, and the officer said that Mr. Quinney did tell the officer that a knife was used. The story changed throughout the course of the conversation. Obviously, later, the officer indicated that the object changed to clippers or to these needle nose pliers, but the officer's testimony is that the weapon, the alleged weapon, did change in the course of his investigation, and then now Mr. Quinney is not being truthful about that fact here as he's been sworn to tell the truth. So, Your Honor, Mr. Williams is charged with a felonious assault. The way in which it becomes a felony is by nature of what that weapon was, what that object was. And I think that there's not probable cause as to what it was or how it was used because the complaining witness has not been truthful about those facts here in your Honor's courtroom today. So I would ask for this to be dismissed, that there's no probable cause on that very important element of what was used, what the, in order.
Thank you. Ms. Gillis.
I'm just not following how he thinks that,
No, Mr. Quinney.
how he has proven that he wasn't honest. I just wasn't following that. Just ask that you mind over.
This court has heard the testimony of the complaining victim this afternoon. And Mr. Williams, we will be bound over as previously charged. It's the court's finding that Mr. Quinney's testimony that Mr. Williams had a clippers or pliers, whichever you want to call it. He had it in this fashion, and there is no other reason that a person proceeds in that fashion other than to put someone in fear. Those elements haven't been borne out again. Mr. Williams will be bound over as previously charged. The next date in these proceedings will be an arraignment on the information on 12/29/2021 at 9 a.m. at the Frank Murphy Hall of Justice. If that date changes for some reason, Mr. Sullivan will convey that information to Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams, your previously entered bond with any conditions will continue in the interim. Anything further in this matter, Ms. Gillis?
Nothing, Your Honor. Thank you very much.
Anything further, Mr. Sullivan?
Judge, I apologize. Can you repeat the arraignment?
I say 12/29 because it's 2 weeks from today, but Wayne County's schedule, because it's the holiday season, I don't know what their actual date would be. So I would suggest that you follow up on their website and see what they actually use as a date. Other than that, anything else?
Nothing further, Judge. Thank you.
Thank you. We're all set. Ms. Gillis, I'll leave the Zoom up. There are attorneys there waiting for you. Shocker of shockers. Any what? Plea forms. They used to have them in the rooms. We don't have them anymore. Mary Ann, I'll call Heather and see if she has some up here. I don't think they have many in the rooms anymore.
And then I get these typed out ones, and it has everything typed out already for the city attorney.
So why don't you get a blank one, bring it to us, and we'll keep some copies back here for you, but.
Give me 2 seconds, I'll ask her.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay. Mr. Levitt? Who do you have?
Hi, Jane.
Hey. Okay, who do you have, Mr. Levitt?
I have Richard Orr, ORR.
Okay. I thought we already did this before.
We did, and then we were gonna set it for a formal because the ticket, if you look on Axle 12, the court counted that as an axle. That's the gross weight. So when they figured out the fine came out to $4,000, and the court was wrong because you
I
all.
gave you 3,000. It's on the piece of paper right here.
Yeah, but the fine should be, the actual fine should be $2,500 because the court counted. Do you have the ticket in front of you?
Yeah, why don't we just make it $2,500?
Because that's what the fine should have been. If you give me 30% off, like the normal fine, that would bring it down to. I would do that with you.
How about I surprise you?
What? You surprised me on that one.
Yeah, put a number down and
So.
we'll have Mr. Manugian put a number between 1 and 2,000.
So if we did 30%, if we did 30% off the regular fine, it would be $1,700.
I'm giving you $1,700 is that the only ticket you have?
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm not giving you a formal hearing.
Okay,
Okay, I'm handing this in, done.
30 days?
30 days. I'm
You're the
glad you
best.
said-
I probably won't see you, so have a great holiday.
Thank you, you too.
All right.
Team.
Don't beat Mr. Manugian up too much, okay?
Thank you. And
Oh my God, this was like the longest day. Did you guys, were you able to watch those exams?
I saw the last one.
Oh my God, I just wanted to shoot myself. The one before was almost as crazy as that one.
Oh, really?
And this is the first time I've had, I had somebody, this is 2 exams in a row where the defense called their own client, and this time they called an officer. Who does that at a preliminary exam? And regardless, it's going to be question of fact.
right.
Yeah. Oh, well. Good practice for you.
Okay, Mr. McNewy, and you have Michael Jordan.
I do.
Is that a plays basketball or something?
He used to.
Listen, it says pay 2,000 within 30 days. And knocked a third off.
How much was it originally?
2,916, almost a third. Like 25, 28%. Okay, anything else?
Wait, what was the original? I'm sorry, they didn't have it on the ticket.
You got to talk into the microphone. The original fine was 2,916 and I made it 2,000.
All right, 30 days.
30 days.
Thank you very much.
Why do they keep giving me all these cases back?
Have a great day.
Okay. Okay, who do I have left? Ray Rahal and Attorney McClandis.
Good
Okay,
afternoon.
Ray, what case do you have?
I'm here for Noman Anwar.
Oh, it's the one right on top. He has 2 cases.
Yeah, two citations from the same stop.
Right, they just do it on 2 things. I don't know
Oh.
why. Motor Carrier Safety Act, civil infraction. I can't get rid of that. I can't get rid of these.
We can't do anything about either of them?
No, this whole new Safety Act thing, they're all crazy. What I would ask you to do, since it's civil infractions,
Okay,
I would ask for a formal hearing, and typically Watts, this CDL driver, he's really like over the top. He always shows up, but today he didn't show. And his
okay.
case got dismissed.
So maybe we got a shot. He won't show next time?
I don't know. What happens is, I notify their supervisors. I send them the docket, circle all their cases. If I take a Friday off before the Wednesday, that's when we get the docket. Nobody sends it. Nobody showed. Everybody got a free gift today.
Okay.
They're
Hopefully-
just,
Hopefully we get a free gift too. We'll see. So they've been giving no deals on these, right? Like
not
that.
much. Overweight, I can give deals on, and defective equipment.
Got it. Okay.
Basically, sometimes the officers will come and say, drop the registration plate thing, and then I do, but
Okay.
Lots is kind of funny. He looks to see what I'm doing.
Hey.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. It's
No,
just,
It's okay. Do what you can, so.
I think I'm gonna start giving out better deals on overweights, because I feel so bad I can't give deals on anything else. They claim that Monroe County is much nicer to them.
When it comes to trucking? Hmm,
Just overweight.
got it.
Did you get to watch that fun exam?
No, I came right at the end. What was it? Was it crazy or?
I wanted to shoot myself.
Was that
It
bad,
was
huh?
this quarrel. It was like a gay lovers quarrel, and who's sleeping with who, and you stole my boyfriend. And I mean, but these were like grown ass men that were like 35, 40 years old. You would have thought you were dealing with middle schoolers.
Wow.
I watched part of it. It looked like a drama fest.
Yeah.
And the one I had before wasn't much better.
Yeah, it's part.
So
My
I
younger
don't
brother,
get-
my younger brother is a professor down at Stanford in California, and he says those people on Jerry Springer, they're paid actors. Those aren't real people. I'm like, no, chief, those are real people. You know what I mean? Like,
I've had those people.
that's right, exactly. I'm gonna try to tell him, like, no, those are not paid actors. You're wrong.
I know. Okay, improper lane use. Weren't you here before, and did we
Yeah,
decide?
yeah. Well, here's the deal: is that the cop wrote a warning for impeding and improper lane use, sort of like wink, wink, give him improper lane use, because I think the truck might have went into the third lane briefly and then come back over. So
You got the same trooper that he does.
I
Watts.
know. Well, I just said it, and I'll deal with him, because I think by writing impeding traffic as the warning, you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I had a hearing on improper lane use. One of my officers out of like 5 showed up today. It
Yeah,
was, like,
yeah,
hilarious.
that's cool. I mean, but he
And-
wrote on it, he also wrote impeding as a warning, like, well, okay, let's just drop it to impeding kind of thing. But anyway, so go ahead. So
Yeah, but
this
I
is
don't want to
Watts.
guess what
And
Watts
this
is thinking.
Watts. I know, neither do I. I'll go crazy.
Do you see if he gets on the screen? He goes, I'm not offering deals today.
I know.
I'm the prosecutor, but I try not to tick off, because you know what? They've stopped me. Not the
I'm
trucker, but they've stopped me on 94 going home.
I'm gonna
Like, oh.
I'm gonna send him in for a forensic. How about that?
Yeah.
I'll
Okay,
send Watts
so-
in for a forensic. So just said it. It says
Yeah.
my guy's ticket says improper lane use, count 1, count 2, warning for impeding traffic.
So listen, and today I had a hearing on improper lane use.
Yeah.
Judge Martin ruled against me.
Oh,
It's one
okay.
of the first times that's ever happened.
Yeah, well, I mean, like, it's pretty broad, kind of what's improper. I mean, like, I guess,
Well, what happened is the trooper said he had just gotten on the highway, and the lady said, well, he wouldn't have been able to see that I was going to get hit by this other truck that was moving into my
Right.
lane, so I had
That's
to move.
possible. Yeah. makes sense.
The way he got on, there's no way. So,
Yes, I mean, the cop only saw one angle. It happens all the time,
right.
I mean, I got a buddy who's a cop, and if heaven forbid you're carrying your TV set down, if you're moving in the middle of the night, you're getting arrested and getting charged with home invasion of your own house.
Right.
You know, so
So that's it for me, I think,
that's
right?
it. Just set it for, do we have to do anything or what? Do we have to-
Yeah.
No, I just handed it in and then I came back out again and, yeah, no, Clayton.
It'll come back to you. It's like throwing a bad penny on. It'll just come right back.
So here's the deal. I said to my boss, I said, you know, the Safety Act, I go, I'm just trying to give deals because I set it for formal hearing and half the time the cops don't show up. And he goes, it's better that it's set for formal hearing and let it go down. and
Right,
play."
I agree. I mean, that happens, you know. I was talking with another buddy who was a state trooper on the west side. He said he was in court and they said, oh, you know, can you stand in for all these tickets? And he goes, okay, I'll just dismiss them all. And they said, that's the last time we're handing you all these tickets. So,
Well,
Do
you
you
know,
need to go
they're
back on
really-
record or will you
No.
send us?
no,
You'll send
we're
us
all
the hearing
done.
date?
That's it. We just
I
get
just hand them
booted
into
for
the clerk's
formal.
office and they'll tell you a date.
Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
That's it. All right. Thank you. Have a
Take
good,
care.
have a nice holiday. See ya.
See ya, thanks. Weird. Opposite way.
These are the ones I did today, so.
I'm not sure. I'll have to check. I don't know why they would have. I thought so, yeah. But they just didn't hear back. So that we could show us.
Yeah, so, I don't know, I just tell them to set for formal hearing. Today, like, I had 3 of them and only two officers showed up. So,
Yeah, all right.
see ya.
Thank-
Hey, Ryan, it's Jane Gillis. Good, how are you? Hey, listen. Good. I'm just doing tickets, civil infractions for trucking companies out in 34th, and there was a ticket that had your name on it as the, lawyer. Yeah. Individual is Glenn Michael Clark, and yeah, and then the yeah, that's it, Glenn Michael Clark. Just overweight. It's just overweight. Yeah. No, they don't go on the record all. So I just, here, I'll give you a little, I usually do 80%. I'll do 70 for you. 0.70. 932. Actually, I'm gonna give you 850. That's like 60. 850. Pay within 30 days though. Yeah. No, I do them like by Zoom, and I sit at the courthouse and fill out forms, and I hand all the files into the clerk's office, and I'm done right now. And I just noticed you never came in. I just sit here with the attorneys all by myself. It's too late. It's fine. I'm shutting down right now. I got to be out of here in like 12 minutes. No problem. Take care. Happy holidays. See you. Bye.
That's why. I'm packing up right now.
Sorry.